Well, behold, it's a new day, and here in Africa, and of course, elsewhere in the world, we're truly excited to have you join us for once again another great episode of our show right here on Dominion TV. This is Wake Up Africa. It's our morning show where we get to share with you our lives here on Africa and the things we do, mostly here in Ghana. I'm excited to be here. My name is Kokulumo.
And my name is Biadela. We're still in our Ghana month celebrating the toil of our forefathers. So we just want to say a big thank you to Doko Planners for giving us a beautiful, all of that. And the Koku's looking northern and I'm looking quite southern, right? In the middle there somewhere. But you're actually, in for a treat today. We're going to be giving you some great conversations. It's still Africa's conversation, one conversation at a time. We're still extending our congratulations to Namibia for the big chalk for all females.
Yes.
Yeah, right?
The vice president is a female
Was
as
there, exactly. So that's a win for us. Okay, go girl power now. So we're going to do birthdays. We'll get into the weather. Today is World Tuberculosis Day. So we're going to educate you about it and know what to do, how to protect yourself from that. It's not a good thing to have that, and not in this time, right? Yeah. And then there's other conversations. Koko, what are you talking about
Absolutely.
today?
We're having a conversation with regards the war, the conflict that's ongoing. We're believing that people are benefiting from this conflict. Otherwise, it will not linger for this long. I mean, so want to get into that, have a perspective on what's happening in Boku. Why would it continue till this point? DRC is in there, Kenya, Ethiopia is in there, South Sudan, Sudan is in there. All of these and more coming up. Let's understand why there's conflict indeed. The Adela is worried about the news we always share from the African continent. And so let's begin to have some understanding so that we know what the way forward is beyond where we are currently as an African continent. And so this and more, we're live on Dominion TV. My Dominion TV is on YouTube, on X, is on Instagram, and of course on Facebook. And so make sure that you catch us up, drop your comments, your questions there as well. Be glad to share with the world.
Right, let's settle for the weather, shall we? Alrighty, right about now, it's time to get into the weather report. We want to know what's happening today in the weather, Ghana, and if possible, some other parts of Africa. Good morning, the weather prophet, Mr. Solomon.
Hello. Good morning, the precious one.
Good morning. Hope your weekend was good.
Oh, by God's grace, it was good.
Fantastic.
There wasn't any inconvenience.
Nice. All right, so take us away.
Thank you very much for having me. And let me first greet our viewers and listeners of Wake Up Africa on Dominion TV this morning. Today is another brand new week, Monday, 24 days into the month of March 2025. And here we are with the weather from now till tomorrow morning over the entire country. It's going to be mostly cloudy, especially the northern sectors of the country, with light to moderate rainfall activities over parts of Upper West and Savannah regions this morning. Southern parts of Ghana will experience mist and fog patches early this morning, with cloudiness dominating western countries of West Africa than the eastern countries. Sunny conditions will prevail over the entire country and other West African countries early this morning into the afternoon or late morning into the afternoon, with isolated thunderstorm activities over the entire country late afternoon into the evening hours between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. Western parts of West Africa like Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone will also experience active rains the same time. The capital, Accra, will not experience any major rain activities except few places slightly north of Accra and the rest of the coastal belts, which may experience isolated rainfall activities late afternoon into the evening hours. If conditions become favorable, Accra will be lucky to experience some rainfall activities in the evening. The state of the sea today will be very calm today, but there are some storms moving through the sea, so they should take care. The fisher folks should take precautionary measures when they fly on the sea. So today is a bit calm, so they can work very hard so that we get more fish in abundance in the country. Temperatures will range from 25 degrees Celsius to 34 degrees Celsius over the coastal belts, 23 degrees Celsius this morning to 35 degrees Celsius in the afternoon over the middle sectors, 22 degrees Celsius this morning to 36 degrees Celsius in the afternoon over the transition belts, 24 degrees Celsius to 41 degrees Celsius over the northern sectors of the country. So, Piadela, the precious one, this is how the weather is going to be for us for the next 24 hours over the entire country. But I'll keep you updated with any significant changes for viewers and listeners to be very much aware. Let me take this opportunity to greet Madame Felicity Ahafiano, head of forecasting of GMET. She's really doing a great job.
Wow.
I really do admire her a lot.
Wow.
I greet her.
Felicity.
Yeah, Madam Felicity. I admire her, doing very great.
Okay, this is from the Weather Prophet and us here at Million TV. Good morning, Madam Felicity Hafianyo. May bless you for your work for God and country, and we don't take that leave at all. Okay, so thank you very much for the weather. We're sharing some rain patterns with other parts of Africa. We're looking at Liberia and all that. So please be aware and know what to carry along whenever you're going, wherever. Right. We should be getting into, some birthdays and all of that, which will be coming up pretty shortly. Yes. Wait, why are you squinting?
Oh, no.
You had a birthday weekend.
It's by the grace of God.
It's only that you are not 40. We would have heard of you, but it's okay.
Shades.
Yes.
Those 2 shades.
Oh, yeah. Who the cap fit?
You shall see. I'll treat you to a stadium. I don't like Independence Square.
You don't like stadium. Small. It's too small for you.
Small.
What would you do originally? You'll be in Accra and do it on Zoom.
You can even move and come and land.
I know, right? Yeah.
But of course, thanks to you for making my weekend.
Oh, come on.
Well, there are days made my weekend.
Oh.
Hubby and wifey took me out. They made me feel like a small boy. So, thank you. But of course, also coming up somewhere in July 17th to 19th.
Yeah.
First time ever, the Global Prayer Works Summit. It's Ghana, the Archbishop. After mostly after the Christmas into the New Year, that's where you get to have him tour the UK and the US with the Global Prayer Work Summit. But this time, we're lucky that the train is So this time it's coming. We can just leave work and go and come. That has been my challenge.
Really?
I'm running the morning show. How will I leave?
Oh, right after the show, you could have gone.
Oh, and come back again.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, it
So
will be
that's
stressful.
what big boys do.
It's stressful. It's stressful. My doctor said I shouldn't be flying like that. Fly once a while. So
I know.
July the 17th to the 19th, we are having the Global Prayer Works. All you need to do is to register. And so if you're listening, it's to be too late for you. So make sure you go over to the socials of Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams and make sure that you register there. And let's see you on the 17th to the 19th. Well, later as well, we're talking about the conflicts on the continent of Africa, one that saddens us always, also because the understanding is that they are the same people visiting these things. So sometimes you see the conflict happening amongst brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
If you listen to the majority leader, Mahama Yariga, right? He was talking about he being Kusasi, the mother being Mamprusi, and so if you are asking him which side, it's just like asking me or me looking at my brothers and sisters fighting.
Yeah.
And so that is where we need to take it from, is to say, what must be done now? Because again, not only do we spend millions of Ghana cedis in fighting this war in Boko alone, there are other chieftaincy conflicts,
Disputes,
all right, disputes across the country, and we are grappling with that one. And then it's now elsewhere, we are seeing not only terrorists, the activities of terrorists, we're looking at Rwanda fighting DRC. Again, you find just brothers and sisters across borders who are fighting. And the question I've asked myself is, who is benefiting from this? People buy guns. People supply guns. People supply these ammunitions.
Right.
People take advantage of these humanitarian. And that's why Trump and the rest would look like, look, these humanitarian things is waste of money. Because let's stop the war so that we can stop the humanitarian stuff as well. So if you pick it from that angle, you realize that we are the one losing. Look, war takes us back 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
Whatever you build, you have to rebuild. How many years it took you, it will double up. If it took you 100 years to build this, it will double because things are going. Inflation is high. It will not come down always. So, I mean, we just have to find a way of dealing with this. I don't know how we're going to do it, but again, one conversation at
a time. And I think the convo should start off in, like you said, in the family system.
True.
I have seen sibling rivalry. Okay, let's go all the way back even into the Bible.
Right.
You would see that Abraham and Lot, because of wealth that they've amassed, it's not even they themselves that got into the fight. They're headsmen,
True.
the people around them.
True. That's a good point.
Then you get into Abraham's house, this Ishmael, and then there is Isaac. So because of that, one has to leave. You get it. So if we're going to get to the root of it, I agree we have to go to the family and look at what went wrong and how can we fix it so that people feel comfortable coming home.
Yeah.
You know, that if we can fix it from that point, then we can now get to maybe the chiefs and all of that. So it's a good thing that, I mean, Otumfuo would want to add his voice and make sure that these things are done and done right. But I think that it's with the individuals, it's with the people. Do you want war?
No.
You don't want war, right?
For what exactly?
Exactly. So it's not even about the people funding it for me now. It is about the people who are in the crazy, in the heat.
Well, let's have these conversations, shall we? And dispassionately, let's do so. Well, let's get to celebrate some people who celebrate their birthdays today. Let's get to do that with them, shall we?
Yeah. It's your birthday. It's your day, one day out of 365. 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 Happy birthday, ooh, to you. Happy birthday, yeah.
Well, there you have it. Very, very, very wonderful souls celebrating their birthdays today. But understanding is that over the weekend, on Sunday, that's 23rd of March, Reverend Ella Duncan Williams celebrated her birthday. And so, belated happy birthday to you wherever you are. I hope you enjoyed it. So you celebrated in grand style. From all of us here at Dominion TV, the crew and everyone, we wish you all the best. Pray that you grow up to celebrate yet another and another and another in good health. Even as, it was a big 40. All righty.
Oh.
Yes, a very big 40.
See, she wasn't the only 40.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And so we're excited that of what God has done in your life and continues to do in your life as well. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So happy belated happy birthday to you, Reverend Ella Duncan Williams.
And then also on Saturday, Gwendolyn Yoli, she's somebody who's being, in Koku's words, they are not new to the studio.
At all.
So a belated happy birthday to you, Gwendolyn. Whatever you're doing for the kingdom, don't you stop. Don't you ever stop. Because God will uplift you and he will make his face shine upon you. Pretty lady, right? Oh, I like that smile. Okay, so happy birthday to you. How about we get into news now, keeping you updated on what's happening in the international front and the local front. Wake up, Buzz. Okay, it's not the Vice President's birthday, but Vice President Professor Nana Jane hails Namibia's first female president as symbol of African women's resilience. Yeah, this is a win, however you look at it, not only for women, but for the African, child. If a woman can do it, then why not? Everybody can also do it. We can also get there. So, like she said when she was giving her speech, she is just holding the door for girls to go through. And I think that the correspondent from the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation also said the same thing. So yes, this is a good.
As a head of news, actually.
Head of news.
Anyway, so the resilience, the word resilience for me stands out, and she was spot on.
Yeah.
Because if you can, and with what we heard from her, where she started from, and at the age of 72, still wanting to get to ascend the highest office or as president, I believe that the word resilience, because I cannot imagine what she had to go through.
Exactly, the number of times you would have to give up because first off, you're a woman. And then maybe, you have truncated opportunities.
Exactly.
And all of that. But why not? That's a torch for us. We will not give up.
At all.
No, we're not giving up.
All.
Not today,
At all.
not ever.
That's all.
Okay, Finance Minister denies approving any $1.7 million single source procurement contract.
I see. Well, good news. Once he denies it, sole sourcing must end with the previous government. There was so much, it was nauseating, so nauseating. Serious, just flimsy excuses were giving just for sole sourcing. Most of the works were not done.
Yeah.
Some of them had, so for me, it has to end. People have to feel part of all that we have, and so great news.
Yeah.
Great news.
Nice.
Okada riders to be giving specific uniforms after legislation. Trackers will be introduced. Legalization, forgive me. That's according to the National Road Safety Authority boss. The thing has to do with anybody who runs, if you like, motor, and for commercial purposes. I think the police must be stern. They must be hard on them. If you do not have these uniforms, you do not have these trackers, they shouldn't see you on the road.
That's right.
So that we can control them. It's the only way we can control them, where people have to go back, be trained, be controlled, be supervised. That's the only way we can control these guys.
I totally agree.
It cannot be said that you have forgotten your uniform.
No, and you're not in your right, some of them were chaps and...
Exactly. So
no.
Let the National Road Safety Authority be very hard on these, so we can get results. Very, very good results.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. And we also have to segment them. I mean, like the way the taxis do stations. Each station has a... Anyway, Kumasi City Market Management asked to step aside amid trader complaints.
Knee-jerk reaction. Very knee-jerk reaction. Was it only where they only asked to step aside after the fire? I read it, but I'm saying that if the traders complained about them, why now? Why were they not asked to step aside
already before now?
Yes. So for me, that's the point. That's the point. But let's see how it goes. If it only will yield some results, then I mean, why not?
Is it bad management to use?
Could be.
All right. Oakland Kumasi firefighting which a doom is after 48-hour battle. Oh my God, no, 48 hours.
It's big. It's big. And the way these old buildings are, I don't know what they were doing. And of course, people have also built. So
in those ways.
So exactly.
You don't have access.
Exactly. So it's going to be difficult. And then they don't also have equipment. And
yes, I remember when we were having that conversation, the officer mentioned that they don't have...
And there was this particular guy who was also having a certain role with the regional minister for comments the regional minister made. Went on and on. Now, people have dug out a lot of things. Like I said, it's probably, from the way he's spoken, he's a known sympathizer of the NPP, and so people are now connecting whatever his outbursts are towards that, but it's very bad. Oh yes. And I cannot imagine that a civil servant speaking like that. But it only tells you how polarized our system is.
Right.
So now people would not dichotomize, between, okay, this is his professional job, but they will connect it to what I've said. And they also have the right to do so. Just as you also have the right.
Yes. That's calm and nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty, and so these are, we apologize for not bringing you international news today. Hopefully tomorrow we will do the same. We'll take a break at this point. When we come back, there are details from the perspective of our guests on News Review segment. Stay with us.
Action Chapel International Rich Community Kumasi presents Overwhelming Miracle Sunday on Sunday, 30th March 2025. Venue 31 Volta Street, adjacent Noble House Restaurant. Morning session 8 a.m. and evening session 5 p.m. Entry is free. Overwhelming Miracle Sunday with anointed music ministry from ACP Kofi Sapon, Reverend Sami Obin Poku, The Blood Crew, and Nama Atayabua. Overwhelming Miracle Sunday with words of wisdom from Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams. Don't miss out. Join Action Chapel International Rich Community Kumasi for the Overwhelming Miracle Sunday.
Step up with DStv and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 30th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale. Incredible!
If you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DStv.
Welcome back. Thank you very much for your time. Let's now get into the issues as have been, put out by way of Wake Up Buzz. That's where we get to share with you the headlines. But let's get into a bit more details. Let's share perspectives of the men who have joined us. Reverend Xavier Demoji is a clinical engineer, also one that assists the pastor at Action Chapel International, Teshi here in Accra, Ghana. He joins us. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, good morning.
Grateful indeed. Also, we're expecting Reverend Nanaya Bafo-Boni to join us via Zoom, as and when he does, we'll announce him, and then he will also join the conversation. But thank you very much. How was your weekend, sir?
Well, it was great. I believe you had a good birthday party.
Oh, not a party, actually. Mr. and Mrs. Ade Biadela took me out, but after that, I spent my 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. at the University of Ghana. There was this storytelling on that was held. It's called Bronya Pata, but of course this is Ludodo. And so it was done by Dr. Sarah Dogbaji, who was the former head of department of theatre arts, the School of Performing Arts, theatre arts, of course, departments. And so wherever you are, Dr. Sarah Dogbaji, thank you very much for making my day. There were some stories that were also dedicated to me, and so I loved it. I loved every bit of it. Thank you.
I thought you had an Independence Square.
No, not at all. No. I've not gotten there yet. Maybe someday. And I don't know whether I want to show it that much. Not that I can't be that extravagant. It's not in my nature to do so. So I'm a very modest young man. But of course, let's get into the stories, shall we? Quite a number of them making headlines today. Okay, our internets are making the work very difficult. Let's go to the very first story. If you can share with us on the screen, I'll be very happy. This one has to do with firefighters taking 48 hours to be able to douse the fire, and these are the leftovers from what happened from Friday, actually. And so, according to reports, it took 48 hours to be able to douse the fire. I want to take your thoughts on that. Again, there was also the minister, regional minister, taking some jabs from one Mr. Alesnati. And so, but let me hear your thoughts on the fire. I'm not sure you were here when we broke the story. So let me hear your thoughts on it, though.
I was following closely on the event of the fire, and looking at the devastating effect on it is very sad. A lot of traders and business people have been left with nothing. It's very sad to see the property and all things just gush out in fire overnight. It's very sad, And look at the number. I learned about 5,000 people lost a lot of properties. It's a very sad thing, and these things are happening, and it all raises matters of concern to how we respond to some of these emergencies when it happens. For the fire service to take about 48 hours to quench the fire, I think they've done what they can do. You cannot blame them that much because one, they don't have the equipment that will facilitate them to live up to the expectations. And a lot of people were worried because that was why the minister was raising some of this concern that they were not having water in their tank. But according to their SOPs, they have to follow some procedures to quench some of these things. And looking forward, I think we have to look at our market structures, because some of the concerns that were raised was that there were a lot of buildings, there were a lot of impediments that we couldn't reach out to quench the fire. But all the same, I think that on a more realistic way, we should find a way of equipping the Ghana Fire Service, because this thing shouldn't have excavated to this level for 48 hours. I don't know how you feel watching your property being burned within 42 days and
without help.
No, it's very sad. I think fast track forward, they should be equipped. They should be equipped. Apart from the equipment, I think there should be also massive education from them. We only see them responding when there are emergencies like this. Why can't they just put up a forum or a way of going?
Oh, they do education.
They do, but look at when the Katamanto market got burned.
Forgive me, I'm not sounding risk of sounding insensitive, but some of these traders are also very stubborn. When they say move from places they will not. For instance, there was an accident that happened the other day. Traders were selling at the roadside. And the vehicle veered. That, I can assure you, is not a place that they should have sold.
It's true.
But they still went there. If the assembly were to go to move them, they would have said, you are being wicked to us. You don't want us. You are very insensitive to our plight. Some of them are just so stubborn. And then when it happens, we have to take the brunt. The authorities have to take the brunt. Fire service have to take the brunt. Regional minister have to take the brunt. It's not fair.
It's not fair. The truth is that even just in Accra here, just around the Tudu lane, where you visit that lane, you always see this AMA pole. Abaye, then traders are running helter scatter. After 2 hours, they are back. So how do we sustain? There should be a way of sustaining some of these things. The law enforcing agencies should live up to expectations.
Let's get onto the line and speak to Reverend Nanaya Bafoboni, who's joined us. Hi, good morning, and thank you very much for your time. Let's take your first thoughts on this particular. We had to use tools to be able to finally extinguish the blaze, the doom blaze. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, good morning, Koku, and I'm excited to be able to join you this morning. Happy belated birthday, and I hope you had a good time on Saturday.
I did.
The Koku, the Wednesday man that on Saturday. And, I'll be in the studio tomorrow for the cake, so please, if you know you don't have it, get ready to be pounded live.
I will get ready, sir.
Special greetings to the Demoji and to all our listeners across the globe. It's a joy to be here. About the fire in the Doom, I've spoken quite extensively on the fires in our marketplaces. First and foremost, let me say that there is something that is the African problem. And one of our problems is that we do not, we are not very intentional people.
Right.
I'm very sorry to say. That is to say that when it comes to being deliberate in planning these settlements, we normally allow settlements to just grow amorphously by themselves, and then we go in there and try to see what we can do to reorganize it. Like I'm sure we're going to discuss the Okada thing. It's the same thing. We've allowed this market to spring up by itself, and then we are now introducing rules. So we always have a knee-jerk afterthought type of approach to things. Like you are saying that the traders are stubborn. Not that the traders are stubborn. The traders went there before the planning authorities went there to try and organize them. And remember, we all are naturally resistant to change. If I'm using one full lane of Kaneshi Market for selling and as a bus terminal, and you come and tell me you can't do that, we will go on demonstration, we'll look unpopular, and because party politics, we are going to make sure you out for trying to do the right thing. That is where we find ourselves as a people, because instead of planning and having laid down plans and ensuring that these things are, we are rather very laid back. You see in our churches, try to introduce order. You are quenching the spirit. See, everywhere. Somebody can just raise a song in the middle of a sermon and say, no, you know, and so we see it's just in nature, and we have to be very intentional to go contrary to that nature if we want to see things differently. We can't do things, the example, even if the fire level, you and I know, fire to certain heights of buildings. Stop building like CD House. If you remember a few years ago, there was a demo there, and because the cranes, they don't have the cranes to go up to that level. They were using these ropes, and the rope snapped, and the lady died. She fell from the height and died. And it was a demo they were doing. I don't know whether you remember that story. And it became a big issue in Ghana here. The fire service ropes snapped, and we just went to sleep, you know. And these guys don't have any insurance. Training is poor. Equipment is bad. So you see that so many things are adding up to this particular problem. That is why, much as I agree with the manner the fire service PR, I also disagree with the way that went about things. Sometimes we do things to try and get social media clout, and that is something I want to address very strongly. The Ashanti Regional Minister and a few of the young ministers who keep putting everything they do on social media must stop it. Because this is how it starts. After a while, you will start to lose favor before the people. You'll be misunderstood. You'll be misrepresented. By the time you try to amend the matter has, bad news travels. The matter would have gone so bad that you can't make a reverse on it. Right now, if action is taken to remove this PR, you yourself mentioned how polarized we are. It will be seen as political vendetta. It will be seen as you are acting, it's an overreach. You're overreacting. Meanwhile, discipline also must be enforced. But if the minister hadn't appeared on that scene, or even if he appeared on that scene without the cameras, you get what I'm saying? Because with the cameras there, the person he went to also running commentary in the back, while the fire tender, because you see, you are not a technical person. You don't even understand their work. All you want to do is to ensure that the flames are doused. Now, here is coming out a report that these tanks were empty. There are no water hydrants anywhere within the vicinity. Look, in my area in Oibi, where the water hydrant is, at the main Oibi junction, because of the road construction going on, I'm sure by now it's even messed up. And we in the town supply so there is in those hydrants. So again, we are flogging a horse that is lame and can't move, and we are flogging the horse and say, why are you not running quickly? Because if you don't equip the people, you don't train them well, and emergencies like this come, they can't solve it. If we don't regulate the infrastructure and create access routes to make sure that when these things happen, the tenders can have free access, there's going to be a problem. I've heard the regional minister himself say that they're going to ensure that there are access routes into the Edum market. Why weren't their access routes up until this time? And it's not blamable to him because he's just a few months old in office. But what I'm saying is that over the years, why has Edum market been allowed to evolve without accessibility? Why can't people run out when there's an emergency? What do the shops even have these fire extinguishers there? Are drills done for them? What goes into certifying a shop and saying that it's a shop that can operate? Does it include having fire extinguishers there? Because police stop us and ask for fire extinguishers from our cars. How many times do you see cars catching flames? Compared to these markets, and even the volume of loss that comes with it. So why don't we enforce the laws? Why don't we plan the settlement? Why do all these things? You know, and I don't know what the past government did to resource fire service, and the government before it, and the governments before it. We keep just watching things, and we have always a knee-jerk and reactionary approach, and it's heartbreaking. Right. Now we are going to spend the we don't have to help these people to rebuild their businesses. Where are we going?
Right.
It's frustrating.
It is, and that's why for me, the said Mr. Alex Kinati, the fire guy, PR should just have gone after the issues of the regional minister shouldn't have spoken. I thought should have died down because he's raising concerns. They don't have health insurance. So the question is, at what point did you speak about these things? Did we hear you this loud? Yeah. These are concerns that I would have asked, that the issues you are raising now, did you raise them in the past? Because it has got to be every time, whether or not you are there or someone else is there, it's got to be raised and all of that. So, but let's move on from there and talk about the issue of teacher training allowances that I disagree that by this time it should have been stopped. That's me. And I know my friends will come for me, but this time should have stopped. But the President, John Dramani Mahama, has pronounced that going forward, the Controller and Accountant General's Department will pay directly the allowances of the nursing and trainee allowances. This means that whenever public sector workers receive their salaries, the teacher trainees and the nursing trainees will also receive their allowances at the same time. So that's what it says, and I quote, "There's good news for nursing and teacher trainees. Nursing and teacher trainees allowances are to be paid directly by the Controller Accountant General. This has been made a part of the compensation items in the budget. This will permanently eliminate delays in trainee allowances, receiving the allowances. This means that anytime public sector workers receive their monthly allowances, teacher and trainees will also receive their allowances or salaries. They will all receive their allowances."
Yeah, I think it's a good news for all teachers, teacher trainees, and nurses. They are really excited about that. Irrespective of how small it is, I think it goes a long way to help some of them. Because what these people find themselves in some of the institutions, sometimes they have to cater for themselves. So some of these allowances I push to them, and as part of his campaign promises. So for him to say that they will receive the allowances within time, I think a lot of teacher trainees and nurses will be excited. It's just a way of encouraging a lot of people to get into the health sector and the education sector. When you motivate them very, very early, when you get into some of these institutions and you don't have the right push. For instance, you are going to school to become a teacher, and you are going to a lot of economic challenges. I don't think it also comes with a lot of challenges, So for some of these allowances, it helps to motivate them and also to keep focus. So I think it's welcoming, and it should be sustainable. It's not an issue of just campaign promises, but it should be sustainable as the controller accountant to now be paying them. It should be sustainable, not that they should wait after 6 months. Sometimes they wait for about 6 months before the money comes, but now we are hoping that every month they will receive such.
I see. Well, Reverend Nanaya, we have some few minutes to wrap up, but let's share with us what your thoughts are. I say by this time should have stopped again, but here we are. Reverend Nanaya, can you hear me? Oh, okay, right. We just lost him in terms of the feed. Okada writes, okay, let's do the finance minister, the issue sourcing. Finance denies approving single source, $2 million single source procurement contract. It described the claim as entirely false and urged the public to disregard them. This is what he said. My attention has been drawn to yet another and misleading claim secured about source procurement approved by me. This claim is completely false and should be disregarded. Let me state clearly and categorically, I have not approved any procurement since I took office as minister. My focus remains on ensuring transparency, accountability, and responsible economic management in the best interest of Ghana. Well, the Public Procurement Authority also has issued a statement clarifying that they have not approved any of such contracts.
Well, it's not a matter of just for him saying that they didn't approve any sources. I think it's a good one. And for the public procurement also to come out to support whatever he's saying. But looking forward, these are accountability issues. They have just come into office very recently, and they should be accountable to anything that comes. This sole sourcing have been taking place over the years, and a lot of people, that's the reason why a lot of people are being held accountable now, So it's just a way of letting them be alert.
I see.
To be sure that they don't get into some of these contradictions, because to just one person bidding for a contract, I don't think it's against our public procurement law. So all those in state institutions should look out for it. You don't just approve anyone that's so sourcing. It comes with a lot of contradictions, and so We are excited that he has come out to debunk such statement.
I see.
That is a good one.
Reverend Anaya is back. We have some 3 minutes to wrap up, if you can. So we're talking about the teacher trainees and also now the sole sourcing allegations as refuted by the finance minister.
Yeah, let me also just make a quick comment on the issue of the teacher training allowance. I have always held the view that there was a reason and a motivation for establishing that allowance. It was primarily because we wanted to attract people to go into some of these professions because there was a shortfall in manpower regarding the teacher and nurses training allowances. And now you and I know that we have so many of them that there's even a backlog, and sometimes they finish and for years they've not even been posted. So I wouldn't say it has outlived its usefulness, but I think the main motivation for it has been achieved and even overachieved. So all these schools also have been upgraded into tertiary and pre-tertiary institutions by past government. So they are colleges of education now. If they are in that bracket, then they should be treated like all the other college students who are depending on the student loan trust, because this allowance is also giving them a certain unfair advantage in life because they start life and they have no bills to pay, while the others who went to other colleges have bills to pay because they might have used the student loan trust fund to assist them on the educational journey. So I think that the government should take a look at it. I mean, President Mahama really has nothing to lose. He scrapped this thing, lost power, and he's back, meaning that there is goodwill. And so I think that should be explored. Like Reverend Xavier Demoji said, that if we are going to look at the sustainability aspect, this is the way to go, so that people, give back to the fund that has taken care of them to take care of posterity and other generations that come after. And I'm strongly on that. And it's my whole that has things like this will be inculcated, because we are looking at free SHS and its sustainability. But this particular matter precedes even free SHS. And I think that going forward, it's not going to be something that can be truly and genuinely sustainable, considering the large numbers that are flocking into the teaching and nursing colleges nowadays. And then to the issue of the procurement matter, I think it's not really a big issue. Once the minister is clear on it, that nothing onto what has happened, and the procurement authority has been clear that nothing onto what has happened, I think that should put the matter to rest. We should just understand that people take time to adjust to new roles, as it were. And so those who are no longer in the place of power and as such make the news will always be spinning stories like this to really get our attention and to, distract us one way or the other, so officially confirming that we are good to go.
Absolutely. As an architect and also pastors, the Eagles Network International Ministries, we're great very much and do have a wonderful, wonderful week.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. And of course, Reverend Xavier Demoji is a clinical engineer with Elecma Hospital, also an assistant pastor with the Action Chapel International at Teshi here in Accra, Ghana. We're grateful. Do have a blissful week as well. Well, coming up is a conversation on tuberculosis. Did you know that today the world is commemorating the Tuberculosis Day? So today is World Tuberculosis Day. Let's have a conversation. Biadela joins Dr. Fojo, leaving us. They have that discussion here. You want to stay with us and have some education, so we might not be caught up in this. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I want to welcome you to Wake Up Africa Morning Show. If Africa has ever needed to wake up, it's now. I promise you that this Wake Up Africa Morning Show will impact your life. It will illuminate you. The Bible said that I word to my feet, light to my path. You need this insight You need the understanding required to make all the difference in all of our lives. I want you not just to tune in to the Wake Up Africa morning show, but I want you to be a sponsor. I want you to partner with us as we take this Wake Up Africa morning show, the inspiration it brings, the impact across all Africa, to homes, to individuals, impacting lives. Join us to make a difference. It is said and believed that in this life, what you do to change the life of others matters than what you acquire for yourself. It is believed that it's not what you have, what you possess that matters, but the difference you made in the life of others. I believe as you partner with Wake Up Africa morning show, you'll be joining us to make a difference in the life of so many people out there. Partner with us, and every time we touch a life, you are blessed. Every time we impact a family, you'll be remembered for good. God bless you. Looking forward to partnering with you and tuning in to Wake Up Africa morning show.
Finally, Barca's season is up and running. Save! Spain are the champions of the world!
Sports Break on Dominion TV.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade, amazing. And that's how with Stir on GOtv Max and upgrade GOtv Super, you'll gain more with GOTV's Plus.
So cool!
Get big view, get big entertainment.
Very good.
Upgrade and get more with GOtv. GOtv, love it.
Action Chapel International Rich Community Kumasi presents Overwhelming Miracle Sunday on Sunday, 30th March, 1 Volta Noble House Restaurant. Morning session 8 a.m. and evening session 5 p.m. Entry is free. Overwhelming Miracle Sunday with anointed music ministry from ACP Kofi Sapon, Reverend Sami Poku, The Blood Crew, and Nama Atayabua. Overwhelming Miracle Sunday with words of wisdom from Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams. Don't miss out. Join Action Chapel International Rich Community Kumasi for the Overwhelming Miracle Sunday.
excited about this. So we have Callistus here to give us a special report about what happened with the Black Stars.
All right.
Callistus?
Good morning.
Good.
I can see it. We are looking forward to qualify United States of America, Canada, and of course Mexico for 2026 World Cup, which we're going to have about 48 teams. The World Cup is the first of its kind that we're going to have it in 3 host cities. The quality that he has in his team and all that. So we were expecting that Ghana can win, but 5-0, I tell you what,
Didn't expect
no,
that.
not at all, not at all.
Right.
And in fact, from the blast of the whistle, from the first minute to the 90th minute, it was all over. It was Black Stars, dominating at all fronts. And I tell you what, scoring in less than 2 minutes of start. Once the game started, we started scoring the goals, and it was fantastic. We had a full house. Yeah, that's the highlights on the game out there. So that was the first kick, the first opportunity after Jordan. He scored a penalty on the day, and it was fantastic. So that was it. It was fantastic. It was fantastic. And one thing too is that usually or previously we had home jersey to be all white, dominant white, and then we have the Black Star in there and some colors. But this time around, I think Puma did something different. They took us back to the 90s, where around 1992 we went to Senegal. The dominant yellow where people remember it with famously Abedi Ayub, Pele, Amas, Senegal, and the rest. So you look at the Black Stars, and for once you not really identify them, or you can't really identify them because we are not used to the yellow. So that was Inaki Williams' goal. I think that should be the second goal at the night. So we were not expecting the yellow on yellow because it was not really officially outdoored like previously how they used to do it. So when they came, they were in yellow, and people, a lot of people, not the Gen Zs, like the millennials and who knew the Blacks back. So now, oh wow, then
Games Alger.
our tradition, and it was fantastic. So everything, we had everything right from the technical team. So Otuado now has a technical advisor in the person of Winfred Schaffer, who has won the African Cup of Nations before, way back in around 2002 with Cameroon. So he's an accomplished coach, if you want to say it, and also a seasoned coach, a veteran in the job. And also a new addition is Desmond Ofe. Desmond Ofe managed our Olympic team as a head coach, and also brought out a lot of players like Jerry Efi. He managed to win gold for us last year the 2023 African Games where we hosted here, and then he won gold for us. So he was added up to the national team, and we saw his work. He working collaboratively with Otuado. It was fantastic. We saw him all over, from their training sections, their warm-up, and also technical advice, speaking to Otuado each and every second.
Where were all these people before?
I wonder. That's the question. That's the question. And of course, you know, when the job was given to Desmond Ofe, some people are saying he was too young, he was inexperienced and all that, but he justified himself last Friday. What he did, the team's selection and everything. So kudos to the team. And then now when we come to the players, I think the lineup, the lineup was extraordinary. It was unexpected. We had one goalkeeper, Benjamin Asari, who plays for Accra Hearts of Oak. He's a goalkeeper for Accra Hearts of Oak. He's managed 11 clean sheets already for Accra Hearts of Oak in the Ghana Premier League. And I tell you what, now that he has gone for national assignment, Accra Hearts of Oak has lost back-to-back games for the first time ever. So you could tell what his addition is for the team and what he's been doing for the team. He went to the national team for the first time at age 32, which was unusual because usually you are at peak around 24, 25, 26 during the national team because you are at the peak career. But I tell you, we didn't expect him to be in post. So the lineup came and Benjamin Asari, out of the blue, was in post for the Black Stars, first time ever. But then that also signifies the fact that previously, the heydays when the Black Stars were Black Stars, a lot of our goalkeepers were the local teams, like Great Olympics, Kumasi, Santi Kotoko, Accra Hearts of Oak, and the host of other teams. They produce our goalkeepers for us. But now that goalkeepers have started going to Europe, they are playing elsewhere, then they are so put Benjamin Asari in there, and then he didn't concede a goal. So yet again, another clean sheet bagged on his maiden debut for the Black Stars of Ghana at age 32. And then also, yes, a familiar lineup with a back or defense. Went to middle where we have Thomas Partey. Was the lone midfielder. So Tuado deployed a 4-1-2-3 system where Thomas, 4 at the back, 1 in front of the defense. And then he had 2 midfielders and then 3 attackers. So 2 midfielders were Ernest Nuama and then Mohamed Kudus, who plays for West Ham United. On the day, they were really fantastic. And then our attack, we had Inaki from the right, Antoine Semenyo from the left, and then also the skipper Jordan Ayew at the arrowhead, and almost all of them had a goal. So it means.
What do you think was the reason for that synergy?
I think the new direction in terms of governance, because now we have a change, a resetting agenda, and all that. The government of Ghana is pushing that so hard, the resetting agenda. And then also, this is the first time they are playing in the year 2025. Ghana and our favorite destination where we go for our greener pastures, so it's US. And then also, the visit by the president.
Right,
so the visit by the team was really, really mental, because you had to announce them that this is the new direction, the new administration, we are ready to support you. Put away the one that we couldn't qualify, and then let's look forward to this opportunity that we're going on before. Desmond Ofe, enthusiastic, very energetic. He came into the space with so much expectation in there, and he delivered. And also, I think the players, we can pardon you for AFCON, but the World Cup,
I know.
I tell you what. So the players had to speak to themselves. And we have quality in our team. We have Thomas Partey now, Kudus, West. Which other team or which other players can we assemble from this that we have? So all that came to play, and the fans can call for that, so that the energy that people came into the stadium with,
I would
and
love
all
it
that.
if we should look at that, to see the reaction. I saw the place was packed.
They demarcated an area that we shouldn't go, like the fans shouldn't go there. But we realized around 68 minutes and the place was full up. And I can tell you what, the number of people, the spectators behind the stadium or at the stadium who couldn't enter were more than those who were at the stadium. The stadium was filled to capacity. You know, Charlie, it was serious. It was Friday. We got home around 12.
Wow.
Yes, because it was the traffic, the excitement and all that. I think we can go for the fun reaction now after the game.
Wow, that's something else. Something else. I'm excited about this. We are getting back to loving our football again, because I remember when I think I was a little younger, my mom would literally suspend her day and sit. You know, my dad was not. That's the irony of it. My dad was not doing that, but it's like
your mom.
She was. You get it, and that gave me so much excitement.
Wow.
But we lost that over time. So I'm excited about this. Let's talk about the goals.
All right. So the goals, I think, right from the start, we had our lineup right, and the team too respected. I think Chad they respected the Black Stars too much. So that was the first goal scored by Ernest Nuama. Under 2 minutes.
Ooh.
Under 2 minutes, we were up by a goal.
We brought our A game.
Yeah, the fans' reaction in there. I think Ernest Nuama has been on top form this season for Olympic Lyon, scoring in the Europa League before coming to the national team this weekend. So he's on top form. The expectation is high. And then he was deployed at an unfamiliar position for some of us, because we've not seen him playing too deep in the middle like that. Mostly he's on the flanks, but you could see him there playing in the middle. So I think he was liberated. He was given a free role, and knowing him juggle the ball, he has fears and finesse. I think he took advantage of that in there, and so that is it.
And then the second goal.
So the second goal came with, I think, Inaki Williams. It was a mistake by the Chad defense. From the defense, respected us too much. They overly respected.
What you say that they overly respect is how? I mean, when you look at our lineup,
the thing is, it's a World Cup qualifier. We expect them to come in hard. We expect them to come and play the game. But they were relying in their half. They stayed in their half almost, and then started the reaction of the Morocco, or in Morocco, 7 p.m.
Are we going?
Oh no!
Where's your plane ticket?
I think it's late, but I think Mr. Eric of Dominion TV should be able to work it out for us to
for
get to
us
Morocco.
To go. And we want to go. We want to go.
Yes,
we want to go and watch that. That much though, but I think now the fans' reaction is ready. But thank you so much, Callistus. This is a big win for us. We hope that it's not the last.
Yeah, sure.
If you know what we do to players when they disappoint us, ask us and you know, get your A game on, and let's support our own. Let's love our own. Sure. And I'm excited about it because it's also in the Ghana months, you know.
Yeah,
so it's
it's a whole euphoria
package. Yeah. It's crazy, but thank you so much. So there it is. We see all these paraphernalias. Oh wow, fantastic.
So those are the fans' reactions before the game, what's happening at the stadium. At the time, the Black Stars were not even landed, and this are some of the things that they were doing there. Ghana National Supporters Union was there, and some fans in there. I said the Ghana Tourist, I think Ghana Tourism Authority also did so well.
Right.
The branding of the stadium. The branding of the stadium was fantastic. In fact, it was the first time that you see like something welcoming you to the stadium. They have a cultural display where I think a dance ensemble came to dance.
Oh.
Yeah, welcoming fans, especially the VVIP, to the stadium, and we saw some branding in there, and also some dedicated area where they were showing some tourist sites in Ghana. So kudos to the tourism, Ghana Tourism Authority. I think Abeku Santana and the lady did so well.
Okay, yeah.
They took advantage of that.
Well, all right. So, sports. That's a good.
We can talk sports all day.
I tell you, I mean, I'm so excited about this, really, really. But thank you so much, Callistus. We're praying that the match with Madagascar will go pretty well, and then we'll come back with victory. It's going to be victory, one victory after the other. Now, that is at 29. It's on 20 March 2025. There's 9 a.m. and then there's 6 p.m. sessions. Both will have breakfast. Okay, so the morning was going to have breakfast and conference, and then the evening will have a banquet and conference and award. So you want to be a part of that great gathering. And thank you to the Bank Hospital for supporting the morning show. You know where to get to when you have a health challenge. Is the Bank Hospital. So thank you very much, Bank Hospital. Let's go for a quick break, and then when we get back, we would get into the tuberculosis conversation. You want us to get into some reaction, right? Okay, we're still talking sports. Let's do some reaction.
Really expecting them from the guys, but they did so well. I'm so proud to be a Ghanaian.
Let me say a big shout out or a big thanks to all the fans that trooped into stadium. Accra Sports Stadium, they chanted throughout 90 minutes for the victory. As they always say that in football, the number 12 people are the fans, and they've done a marvelous job. Let's just say give them another thanks to them. A thanks to the coach Otuado and his assistant coach, Coach Desmond Fair. As I've been saying it on radio tour, that Coach Desmond Fair has experience and quality-wise that was added to the team. When he was given an under-20 side for the All-African Games, he helped the team to win a gold medal. Not about helping the team to win a gold medal. We discover a lot of quality players, a lot of skillful players. He added their skillful and quality players today on the pitch. You could see that when the match was going on, he was always giving instructions to the players that the fans needed a victory and the fans needed the qualification. So I'm urging all the players that they should put today's victory aside and be assured that Monday again against Madagascar is a tough side. Though Madagascar won yesterday ahead, against Central Republic, but Madagascar is beat up. They should try best and give us a win, a victory qualification for the World Cup. Because this World Cup is for the fans. The best of luck. Congratulations, Coach Otuado. Congratulations, Coach Desmond. We thank you all.
I'm very, very happy coming to the Accra Sports Stadium and watch such a massive game. Yeah, this is my first time over here. I'm coming from Togakope. Yeah, we arrived at the Accra Sports Stadium lately, let's say
we go. That one. Hopefully, inshallah, we go. But it was a generally good game. Hopefully, the Black Stars keep up the performance in Morocco, and then we win our next games, and then we go straight to the top. They have to bring back the love, and they have to play very good for us to get back in shape.
I'm Stephanie, and today's game was very exciting. It's different from the other time. Hey, long time that Ghana scored 5. It's amazing. I believe they've done some corrections, and this time around, it's great. I'm really excited about today's game.
It was a very massive game, very massive tactics from Otuado, and we liked the players. And Otuado, if you go away, you should not fear anything. Otuado, we are Ghana, and Ghana, we have the players. We have that. Look at the likes of Nyama, Kudus, and other players. We have the players, and we should be confident that we can go. I'm very happy. I knew it was true that Ghana, we have not been performing in our recent times, but I knew that this would be a massive game, because if you look at the ranking in the World Cup, and President Mahama visiting the Black Stars and all sorts of this one, I had that confidence that the players have that move. Captain Band should go for Jordan Ayew. It was a very massive performance from the Black Stars.
I love the game. I love how they played. I wish they would play like the same thing against Madagascar. I love the scoreline, but now I was predicting 7-0. But I love what they do. Like, yes, Ghana will qualify, definitely. Like, right now we are at the top of the table, so definitely we will qualify. And I wish to qualify, and I will be there too.
All right, thank you very much, folks. This was the venue where the Black Stars of Ghana managed to beat Chad by 5-0, and that is a big victory that will help them to be on top of the table with 12 points. Goals coming from Ernest Nuama, Antoine Semenyo, Jordan Ayew, and of course Inaki Williams made sure Otuado and his men secure the 3 maximum points before they go to away against Madagascar. And of course, this victory means that they are going to be on top of the table with 12 maximum points. Congratulations to them, and we're wishing them well in game against Madagascar on Monday. Kudos to each and everyone who supported the Blacks, and we say go Black Stars, go Africa, go.
Right. Go Ghana, go Black Stars, go. We can't get over this victory, can we? Well, there's another victory coming up. That victory is in your health. Today is World Tuberculosis Day. And we want to get into the nitty-gritties of it. Today, this year's theme says that, yes, we can end TB. Commit, invest, and deliver. Yes, we can end TB. Commit, invest, and deliver. And so we're gladly joined by Dr. Daniel Forjo. He's a medical expert, and he's here to, help us get into tuberculosis conversation. Good morning, Doc.
Hi, Precious. Good morning.
Good morning. I hope that you were excited about the Ghana winning, though.
I was there.
You were there? Yes. Oh, I see. That's really nice.
Yeah.
That's great. So that's a win for us on the sports side. Let's get into health now. Tuberculosis, World Tuberculosis Day. And I know that it's an annual, I don't know, is it a celebration or to probably just remember us for education's sake?
Exactly.
Yeah, right. But let's get into it. What is this whole idea of tuberculosis, and why should even we be
Exactly.
I can really believe
and people wouldn't want to come close to you once you are seen to have exhibits some of these signs and symptoms, And it was not until recently someone, Robert Koch, discovered that there was a bacteria that was behind
where did we go wrong? Run us through the statistics here in Ghana. How dangerous is it?
With the problem with some of the developing countries is that we lack equipment to test some of these conditions. So you might have people living with it, but wouldn't know they have it. And sometimes this disease occurs in two stages or phases, where you come into contact with an infected person, and then the body is infected.
Right.
For most people, the immune system will try to fight the disease. So at that stage, you might not show any signs and symptoms, and it could become latent. When I say latent, I mean you would not have the active infection. It could go for years without having to be activated until your immune system is ready. Then it starts to react and give you all some things you wouldn't want to have. Yeah, so in Ghana, it's always been said that 76,000 people living with TB.
Excuse me, say what?
About 76,000.
76,000 people?
Yes, that's a whole constituency. Yes.
Wow.
There are a lot of people living with it. And the sad news is that before COVID, able to trace and detect most of these infections. About 14,000 people were being detected. But after COVID, people were stigmatized, were stereotyped, because once you go and say are coughing and all that, they are just bundled and said to have COVID. So people refuse to come to the hospitals to be tested. So the values decrease. So we are doing about 12,000 thereabouts in terms of people who have been identified to have the disease condition. Yeah, so basically it tells you that the disease is ongoing. Notwithstanding, there's been some success rate in terms of treatment and prevention as well, as we discussed.
Well, you mentioned that some people don't have the machines to detect these things.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's only in the rural areas, or do we have it also in the urban areas where, let's say, Ghana Health Service has not really paid attention to that? Is that the situation?
There are challenges everywhere.
Yeah.
In all facets of our economy, and we are trying to overcome some of these things. A lot of work has gone into the fight against TB, a lot. And now we are doing a rigorous testing model to trace and identify. Either we go to the communities or we screen people who come to the hospitals.
Okay.
So once the person comes to the hospital, we have the chest unit, chest clinics. Sometimes they are seated by the outpatient department just to question people on whether they are coughing, whether they've noticed any signs and symptoms and all that, So yes, a lot of things have gone into it, but sometimes it becomes difficult when the resources, funds are quite limited and you can't be able to reach everywhere. I think for now, out of there's so many, over 267 districts, about 76, we're doing about 113 or more.
That's like you need about 100 plus more.
Yes, that's less than half, but I'm sure as time progresses and more funds are allocated to the fight against TB, some of these things will be catered for.
Wow. Okay, so in the case where, we don't have all these hospitals, run us through some of these symptoms and things that we should know as individuals. Maybe we have 1, 2, 3 symptoms, then we know that, okay, we need to go to the hospital and test these. Because if you're saying that maybe so much has gone on, but probably in some hospitals, people might be wrongly diagnosed. You know, so for us, by way of education, what are some of the things we should be looking out for?
All right, TB is a respiratory tract infection.
Okay.
It's the bacteria affects other parts of the body as well, you know.
see.
But the one we are very concerned about, the others too. It can affect the spine, the bones, sometimes even your organs, your major organs, your liver, your kidney, and even your heart, and sometimes your brain. You know, but the ones we are usually concerned about is the pulmonary TB, the one that affects the lungs.
Right.
You know, so as we all know about pulmonary disease or respiratory conditions, it is characterized with cough. You know,
severe cough.
It's mild to moderate to severe cough. It could be any of them.
Okay.
You know, and usually with TB, the cough is productive, which means you bring out sputum of phlegms.
Okay.
You know, so it is characterized with tuberculosis, and sometimes because of the cough, you experience chest pains. There will be pains in the chest because of the persistent cough. Yes. Aside that, same because of the cough, you might have blood mixing with your sputum or with your phlegms. You know, that also happens. If there is systemic infection, it means you have fever, chills, intermittent fever and chills. So at one point you are cold, at another point your body temperature is rising, you know, and most of them will experience loss of appetite.
Right.
Yes, and one major symptom you experience is night sweats. You sweat so much at night. You know, when these things are happening to you, it is likely, it is not confirmed you have TB, but it is likely you might be experiencing an infectious tuberculosis.
Then you have to go to the hospital and get it checked. But before we take a step to the hospital, what can we do from home?
Because of the infectious nature of TB, TB is very contagious, and it is spread through cough, spitting, and sneezing. Once you inhale such things or touch, and even sometimes saliva
surfaces,
yes, that are infected, you know, it's very easy to contract the disease. So in such situations, you report as quickly as possible.
Right.
Because early detection means a stitch in time saves 9.
Right.
And you also want to prevent infecting other people. Because like we have, like COVID, we did for COVID, we also do contact tracing for TB.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
So everybody you have come into contact with, whilst we knew you had the infection, we will screen them as well.
Do you isolate the people?
Yes, we do isolate the people. Yes.
Okay,
So
now I guess why there's a bit of stigma to it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, TB is a huge issue. So if you thought that COVID was, done and, over with, we have a bigger fish to fry, that's TB. You want to check if you're coughing, you want to check if you're sweating at night, you want to check if you're producing, your cough is a productive one, right? Or probably if you have blood stains in your phlegms that you bring out, you want to get to a hospital and check for TB, and probably we can start off by putting on nose mask.
Yes,
right?
Once you are screened and
Yeah.
you are identified to have the disease, there's a protocol for you. Yeah, so we isolate you. And the interesting thing is that treatment and testing is free.
Oh.
Yes, from start to finish.
It's free everywhere?
Yes,
Private
even in the
hospital,
private
government hospital?
Yes.
It's free?
Yes, it's free. We have TB centers scattered around the country.
I see.
Yes. So, and for that reason, I don't see why,
people will not go and check
for TB. Exactly. Especially when you're experiencing some of the symptoms we have mentioned. It is very, very important that you would report to the hospital to be checked.
I see. We're getting you this information because it's very important. Probably you might feel like it's not about you, but it's about the person next door. You should know that treatment or maybe detecting TB and all of that is free, so you don't have to pay. The moment we hear free, it's okay, we can come to the hospital. So yes, you can go to any hospital and check for TB, because remember the theme for this year, it says we can actually end TB and it's curable. So we shouldn't even be here and be having this conversation.
Exactly.
Why not just go to the hospital and have it checked. Even though there are challenges with the health system, they're still available and ready to save us. Thank you so much, Doc. Let me take your last words before we go, if you can talk to our viewers.
All right. Like we have always said, for every disease condition, the earlier you are detected or you are tested and diagnosed, the better it is. TB is very curable. It is and preventable. So we would all urge the public, if you have any signs that suggest that you have, maybe you might be having signs of TB, the best thing is to get to the hospital, get checked. And if you are positive, you'll be treated free of charge. Let's do this so that we can end TB in Ghana and the world at large. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. We can end TB. It starts with you and it starts with me. You can be asymptomatic for some time, but how about you just take a regular check at the hospital? Treating it is free, detecting it is free. So just walk in and say, I'm checking for TB, I'm checking for all these other things, so that you're healthy and you can enjoy the morning show. Let's go for a break, and then when we get back, Sia Hene will be ready with Tech and Trends. We'll be back.
Every morning begins with you, your routine, your goals, your journey. Get ready for the day with us by your side. This is Wake Up Africa, your inspirational morning ride. We bring you the energy you need, the insight, and the motivation to kickstart your day. Wake Up Africa is here to connect you to the latest news, your front row seat to all the sports action. Get moving with us for a healthier you. Wake Up Africa gives you daily forecast, keeping you prepared for whatever comes your way. Join us each morning as we start your day together.
My name is Kokulumo, and welcome to Wake Up Africa.
Action Chapel International Rich Community Kumasi presents Overwhelming Miracle Sunday on Sunday, 30th March 2025. Venue 31 Volta Street, adjacent Noble House Restaurant. Morning session 8 a.m. and evening session 5 p.m. Entry is free. Overwhelming Miracle Sunday with anointed music ministry from ACP Kofi Sapon, Reverend Sami Obenpoku, The Blood Crew, and Nama Atayabua. Overwhelming Miracle Sunday with words of wisdom from Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams. Don't miss out. Join Action Chapel International Rich Community Kumasi for the Overwhelming Miracle Sunday.
We just go around just making statements that are not even biblical. God reveals to redeem. It's not in the Bible. God reveals so we can walk, so we can enforce the word of God and the scriptures over the enemy's intent.
Any hope and expectation the enemy has concerning your family and your loved one, by the eternal blood of Jesus, we override that hope. We override that expectation. Put your hands together and override it.
The Voice of Inspiration, weekdays and Saturdays at 8:30 p.m. only on Dominion TV.
Okay, away from tuberculosis conversation, let's get into some tech and trends. Lots of things over the weekend. I know that the football match is not part of tech and trends, but I'm adding it to it because it's a win for everybody. And my girl, Sia Hene, is ready. Good morning, Sia Hene.
Good morning, Yadala.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. Yourself?
I'm great. Yes. Fantastic. Anyway, take us away. What's up for tech and trends?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. This is the Trends and Tech segment with me, Sia Hene. This is the day the Lord has made, and we will be glad and rejoice in it. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, so as you know, this is where we bring you all the latest in the world of technology, as well as the trending stories that has got everyone talking on social media. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thank you for sticking and staying. This is still the Trends and Tech segment with me, C. Ahine. And on today's stories, I just wanted to like you just said you wanted to bring in the World Cup, the match between Ghana and Chad. Yes, I was actually going to do that, and in the spirit, I must say. Yes, so as you know, Ghana won. And we were so excited, and everyone took to social media how they were expressing their excitement about the victory against Chad. Now, on Dominion TV social media as well, we decided a scripture. And you'll be marveled by the scriptures that people were posted. So let's take some that people posted. So Manuel Ajeman Parker said, I don't think any scripture can qualify this, so because this is a child abuse. Yes, so if you're on social media, you know that is the latest term, child abuse. Moving on to the next one. So Ruth Boafo said, Psalm 3 verse 4 and 4, which says, many are they who say of me, there is no help for him in God. But thou, O Lord, art a shield for me, my glory and the lifter up of my head. Oh God, it was really exciting, I can tell you. Moving on to the next one, Nana Kwesi Anthony said, forget Isaiah 43, 18 to 19. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Oh God. And then another one, I was so excited about it because you could really see how Ghanaians were excited. So Foster said, let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Oh God, in heaven. You really showed up for Ghana. And we were really, really excited about it. And this is and NK, I think this is the last one. So NK says Ghana's 5-0 victory against Chad could be described using Psalm 20 verse 7. And he says, some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. He said this verse reflects confidence and faith, suggesting that Ghana's success came not just from skill, but also from divine favor. And he quoted another one, Romans 8:37, which says, no, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. It highlights dominance and victory, just like Ghana's emphatic win. Ghanaians, you guys have done, or Ghana Black Stars.
Something else.
This is just a sum of what people posted.
So you are trying to say that God doesn't love Chad people.
And yes, sir. You know, so, okay, this another one. This one says, arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon you. Yes, the glory of the Lord
is
risen upon Ghana. Yes, so today we are playing, right?
Light has come. Yes. So today we're getting it with Madagascar. Ooh. We're coming home with victory. So please prepare your scriptures because
yes.
It's another back-to-back
one.
It's going to be chain of victories. Yeah?
Yes. I was really excited about this. And this is just this is just for our version. You could tell how people were excited. They were dancing, others were singing, and it was really lovely to watch. So Ghana Black Stars, we are wishing you all the best. May the Lord continue to grant you that grace that caused you to win against Chad, and we'll all be here once again to give God all the glory and support you as well. So moving away from that, let's check something out. So over the weekend, the Charismatic Evangelistic Ministry celebrated their 31st anniversary, and this started from Wednesday to Sunday. They got some prominent gospel ministers as well as ministers of God passing through, and His Eminence, the Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, was there as well. Let's go for the highlights video. Yes, so that was the 31st anniversary of the Charismatic Evangelistic Ministry, which is being headed by Reverend Steve Mensah. As you saw, you could see His Eminence, the Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Emoji, Minister Ifueko Chamian was also there as well, and it was a really wonderful time in the presence of God. Moving away from that, let's head to Ethiopia. Yes, and Ethiopia, Addis Ababa saw 430,000 souls being eager to attend the encounter in the Ethiopia outreach with Franklin Graham, and that is the son of Billy Graham. Let's go for the video. When we come back, we'll talk more about it.
For our country to encounter God, and we believe that God will call many to His kingdom. There's going to be a bunch of salvations through the blood of Jesus.
And I want to ask a question. Is time running out for you? You see, God made you. God created you. God loves you. He took your sins and my sins, and He went to the grave. But I'm here tonight to tell you, God will forgive you. Will you cry for the name of Jesus tonight? Are you willing to say, God, have mercy on me? That tonight, God will forgive you if you're willing to accept Christ by faith. Jesus is here tonight. What is your answer going to be? God loves you. Jesus said He came to seek and to save that which was lost. You can be healed tonight. Your heart can be healed. You can be forgiven. Will you come to Jesus Christ tonight?
Yeah, so you could see the striking resemblance between he and his dad, the late Billy Graham, who was an American evangelist, and he is also an evangelist. He's doing great things, actually. And the nice thing about this is 4,000 people gave their lives to God that day. And the icing on the cake was the fact that this was the exactly 65 years since his dad also went to Ethiopia for an outreach like this.
Wow.
And they saw a massive turnout. And they also recorded 430,000 people at Addis Ababa, and they were all eager and excited about this. This was a 2-day outreach, and I can tell you that lives were really blessed because 4,000 gave their life to God and counting, and we are really excited about this. And this was sponsored by the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. We pray to the Lord that more revivals will be happening. Away from that, so let me just add up to this. So Dr. Paul Ineche, a pastor in Nigeria as well, also had an outreach in Pakistan. And what made everyone even more excited was the fact that Pakistan is not a Christian country. It is a Muslim country, as we all know. But the massive turnout was really, really great. And it saw a lot of deliverances, miracles, and breakthroughs. And we thank the Lord so much for what He's doing with Africa. Amen. Now let's move away from that. Let's end it, crown it with something really, really funny but serious that Minister Dunsin Oyenka said just yesterday. Let's go for the video.
And you are capturing your worship. You stood before God. If God were standing before you, like Moses, you see, I'm at the burning bush right now. See, I had to remove my shoes. Can you see the bush is burning and it's not consumed? My God. See, or you were at the mountain. I said, God, can you wait? Let's take a selfie. I need to show. Most things that will shift your life, you won't even have time to hold phones. Yeah.
Yes, even though this is funny, it's the truth that is being spoken. Right now the Gen Zs, last time my pastor was saying something, so let me just chip in fast and then we can wrap up. So he was there and he said there was a time he decided to check socials after WhatsApp status after church later in the evening. and he saw that. He saw some of our dear, sisters, brothers and sisters they had posted something during church service time. And it wasn't even scriptures or anything. It was selfies.
Hey.
And he was really talking about it. It was like, right now, and it wasn't just even mine from our side. It's something that now you could see with our generation. You'll be there and you'll be seeing people on Instagram. Some people are on Snapchat, taking videos, selfies. This is really serious, and it's something that we all have to look at and be intentional. We can't stand in front of God and then you just be taking selfies. I mean, he's our Papa G, but I mean, let's respect it there. So please, caution to everyone. If you go to church during this week on Sunday, please allow church to close before you take your selfies. Then we'll be there to all hail you and everything. So yes, that's how we wrap up for today's Tech and Trend segment with me, C. Ahine. Remain blessed, continue to do great things, go out there and have dominion. Over to you, Biadela.
Okay. I'll be having dominion. I know that the Ghana Black Stars are also having dominion. Right? Now, we're going to be having a conversation which is very important for us here in Ghana and other parts of Africa. What are we looking at? We're looking at wars. And we want to get to the root of it. What is the problem? Who is funding this problem? How can we fix it from inside out? And that is a very, very, very big conversation, and it has to do with security. So let's go for a break, and I know that Coco is fired up for that conversation. Like, share, and drop your comments. Join us on our socials. It's My Dominion TV on YouTube and also on Facebook. There you can drop your comments. We'll be sure to read them. We'll be back.
Surprise. Why? I knew the dramatic appearance would excite everyone.
I've been looking for you for a very long time.
Why are you so intimidated?
But you just complain that I'm fat.
But you are fat.
Here is my son.
Give me what I want and I will set you free.
Stop! Jesus has set me free. Yes,
Lord. Step up with DStv and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
We're going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale.
Incredible!
If you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DStv.
Welcome back. Thank you very much for your time. This is Wake Up Africa, and this is the final lap of the conversation. Well, let's concentrate our minds and our energies to talking about something that's become a bit recurrent. It's prevalent, it's frequent. It's something that we are now, if care is not taken, we might normalize its occurrence, and for which we might put our dear continent on a very, 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 very bad, placing. Dr. Patrick Ayuk joins us for the conversation on securities in Africa, or the security in Africa. Whether or not it's just a conspiracy theory that people benefit from war, because if not, then who is benefiting from the conflict for which it remains unstoppable? Dr. Patrick Ayuk is an academic and director of Samsoya Center for Democracy and Human Rights in the United Kingdom. He joins us. Also here in Ghana, Mr. Emmanuel Coting is a peace builder and security analyst, founder and executive director of the Africa Center for Security and Counterterrorism. Both men are going to be helping us unpack the issues surrounding security in Africa. Why is there all of a sudden a setting Rwanda where Paul Kagame sits as he was called a benevolent dictator, and also someone who probably should have learned from the genocide that happened years ago, which took Rwanda back, and he went on a rebuilding of the country. Why would he want to take us back there, where there's also a DRC, Chikisede, who is also there, who does not want to give in to him? There's also a Sudan issue. There's Boko here in Ghana. Quite a number of them also in Kenya and Ethiopia. There's some border conflicts there. Let's unpack some of these issues and ask ourselves why these are recurring. Let me start off with you. And so good morning, gentlemen, and thank you very much for your time. Let me start off with you, Mr. Emmanuel Coting. Help us understand, especially let me start off on these controversial note. Call it conspiracy theory, but people believe that, look, war is a serious business venture. There are people who will always benefit from this, and so they would even want it to continue, even as we pray that it stops. Talk to me about it. Is it just a fluke? Is it a conspiracy theory, or this is reality, Mr. Coaching?
Well, thank you for having me, and good morning to your good self and your production team and our listeners and viewers across the world. I want to thank your production team for bringing this subject up for discussion. And like you mentioned, indeed, is the reality we face as a continent. And that is even partly the reason why Africa is so underdeveloped. So to the average African, the perception kind of is the relationship between war and commerce. It's quite complex. And it's often contextual. Many Africans, particularly if you look at those in conflict-affected regions, they recognize that certain businesses and individuals profit during conflicts, while community suffers. That explains why Africa is resource-rich, but benefit were cursed. Look at the youth in particular, especially the educated ones. There's a growing awareness, exploitation, and the challenges we face in the continent.
Okay.
Now, look at resource regions like East Africa, South Sudan.
Right.
Particular local populations, they frequently perceive direct connection between their mineral wealth and the persistence of what? Violence. However, the full complexity of global supply chains that connect local conflict resources to international markets, they often remain opaque. And many citizens don't even understand the connections And rightly so, because it creates a kind of disconnect where people recognize exploitation happens, but may not fully comprehend the sophisticated financial and commercial mechanisms involved. So you see, it's a two-tier thing. There are some invisible hands, if you like, that kind of fund this kind of conflict for commercial interest. So if you look at the perception, like you mentioned in Africa, it varies significantly across the continent. Citizens in more stable countries may have an abstract understanding compared to those in conflict zones who witness these dynamics firsthand. Historical examples of wars in Africa with significant commercial implications. Let me just cite two examples. The Angolan Civil War, if you remember, from 1975, I think it ended around 2002.
Right.
Represents a classical example where opposing factions were backed by foreign interests seeking control of the country diamond and oil resources. You remember the rebel group UNITA. They were financed, or their operations were financed through diamond sales. So you ask yourself, whom do they sell these diamonds to? Whilst government relied on what? Oil revenues.
Right.
So more or less, international corporations, they maintain operations throughout the conflict, sometimes paying for protection that indirectly funded the war. If you look at the conflict in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo since the 1990s, it has also been deeply intertwined with the extraction of coltan, gold, and other minerals essential for electronic manufacturing. So you see how complex the dynamics are. So this has created what we scholars call a conflict mineral economy in Africa, where armed groups control mining areas to finance their operations.
Oh, I see.
Let's look at West Africa, Sierra Leone, the Civil War, 1991 to 2002. It became notorious for the role of blood diamonds. You remember the famous case of the trial in the International Criminal Court. And that partly financed the Revolutionary United Front brutal campaign. So international diamond companies were implicated in purchasing stones from conflict zones, especially providing revenues that kind of sustain the violence.
I see.
Now, Liberia, you remember we felt the branch of it when we had to receive the Liberian refugees. Then I think it was quite brutal and Chastela. And this kind of demonstrated how timber concessions were awarded to foreign companies in exchange for what? Weapons and financial support. Creating direct commercial incentive for the conflict to what? To continue. And to end and give way to my colleague to come with his introduction part, more recently South Sudan civil conflict, which has featured intense competition for the control of its oil fields, with both government and opposition forces seeking to control these valuable revenue streams, often with the involvement of multinational corporations.
Interesting, very, very interesting. And of course, it even paints a sad picture of what Africa is. Comparatively, I mean, when you look at what the resources of other nations have been able to do to them, for us, is as engaged engaging in this exploitative, if you like, tendencies where the vulnerable are the ones that suffer. But Dr. Ayuk, is there any other reason why you think you want to engage in this particular? Let us know, especially with putting as suggested is able to us. Is there reason seeing the substantive issues?
Okay, thank you. Greetings to this wonderful platform to educate and create awareness when it comes to war and insecurity in Africa in particular. I want to thank my co-panelist, Emmanuel, for making the time to be here. There are a lot of things, and greetings to the viewers all over the world that are following us on different platforms as far as this discussion is concerned. With regards to the wars and the causes, there are a lot of reasons, and he have actually named some of them. But if you look at that from a personal level to a government level to organizational levels, there are a lot of propellers of this crisis in Africa. If you look at from the government level, the state itself, especially when it comes to strong states with high-handedness in dealing with issues in the country, they actually promote this war to keep the hegemony. It comes to arms sales and training from experts from abroad and whatsoever that have the necessary arms to sell the war. They create war economies. It's also with the level of individuals that are benefiting from the existing nature of things. The dispensation benefits particular individual. Now we talked about the wars in the Congo basins, the war in other parts of Africa, but there is a long neglected war that we do not also know. The war in the Cameroons is one of the most violent conflicts. It is highly neglected, and the world does not know much about it. A war that thousands of people have died, properties have been lost, there are extrajudicial killings and so on. Development has been brought to a halt, but also people are making gains within these wars. There are economies. Politicians are making money. Individuals are also making money. The war, people are using the war as a platform to intimidate one another. So it cuts across the social, economic, and political implications, not only as a commercial venture, but also as a political venture and a social venture in which people want to sustain and maintain the hegemony that they hold, and therefore continue to oppress the weaker ones. So that is what the implication. So I will get into the details, especially with specific individuals, specific companies, and specific countries that are still promoting wars, especially when you look at the Eastern DRC that my co-panelists mentioned. These are wars that come from historical connotations, and they also have economic connotations. They have ties. If you look at Uganda and Rwanda, the connections to the war in Eastern Congo, it has a historical connotation. It also has an economic platform when you see SADC region, South Africa getting involved, and other agencies and countries being involved in the name of self-defense or peace promoting teams or groups and so on and so forth. We see that there is a lot of the economic dimension of war cannot be overrated.
The now brings the question of if the governments themselves, if there are unseen hands who, are behind the scenes operating to their benefit and at the behest of citizens. What it means is that if these are high-level discussions and operations, what it means is that we might not see the end of this anytime soon. And I want to come back to you, Mr. Coating, because look, it means we are just going to see it. Talk of Cameroon. We've spoken about it when I was on radio. This thing was happening about some 2 years ago, yet nobody was able to. But the people in there are suffering and they are reeling under these conditions. Where do we start from? Yes, we're having the conversations, but these people are having high-level discussions for which it's never ending. There's no end in sight. How do we start to talk about peace and peace only?
You see, we have to understand the business of war. And we have to look at the main industries and the resources driving war profiteering in Africa. You look at the extractive industry, for instance, it stands at the forefront of war profiteering in Africa, especially the mining sector. If you look at gold, diamond, coltan, and cobalt, and other strategic minerals, they kind of represent perhaps the most significant sector. These high-value, easily transportable resources can be extracted through artisanal methods, like in Ghana we call galamsey. And it can be smuggled easily across borders, even in chaotic conflict environments. And if you look at West Africa, for instance, our borders are so porous. And there's one dimension of this we have not looked at. And let me use Ghana as an example. We see the galamsey issue mainly as an economic issue, youth unemployment and stuff like that. But it goes beyond that. It is indeed a very serious existential security matter. Let's even forget about the environment and look at terrorism, especially if you look at the Sahelian states and what is happening around Ghana. There's these terrorist cells in inoculation in Ghana that are involved in this extractive industry and kind of make the resources they need to fund their operations elsewhere. And this is widely documented. Another area, South Sudan and Liberia, and even with Angola too is in the mix. It's only Ghana we are fortunate when we discovered our oil, given that we learned from best practices and what has happened elsewhere. We not got ourselves in this kind of conflicts. But I mentioned in Nigeria, South Sudan, and Liberia, the immense revenue at stake kind of incentivize both the capturing state power, like my fellow panelists mentioned the dynamics within the conflict in DR and the role of Uganda and the Rwanda, and insurgents in oil-producing countries. You can imagine, we can cite Nigeria as an example in the 90s, what they went through. Those civil society voices that came were crushed with the death of that human rights advocate. I can mention his name correctly like that. I think you know whom I'm speaking about. Something in Nganawazi or something in Nigeria. Right. He died in the 1990s, one of the civil rights activists that was at the forefront of this conflict.
All right.
Now, we look at timber. Remember the conflict in Liberia? Primary was underpinned by timber extraction, where valuable hardwoods provided some kind of significant resources to the controlling factions. And it was not only in Liberia, DRC, and Central African Republic, this also came in the mix. But what we often underestimate is agricultural land and water resources. One may ask that, why would this play into the mix as some of the causes of conflicts in Africa. You agree with me in that because of climate change,
right,
there is competition for farmlands. And more often than not, when there is this conflict, they drive them away and use the lands for large commercial. And these fish don't even end up in Africa. It's the West that are the ultimate consumers of these products.
right.
And then you come to arms trade, and you would be surprised how the arms trade represents a direct war profiteering industry with both legal government purchases and illegal weapon trafficking, fueling conflict across the continent. That is why more often than not we see private and military contractors providing services ranging from site protection to multinational corporations in direct combat operations, creating the commercial incentives for continual insecurity. And more often than not, the Western world, they hide under these contractors to avoid legal implications because of the international laws.
I see.
Now, one may ask, how does companies or individuals benefit from these conflicts? You see, companies are quite strategic. They exploit regulatory vacuums created by weak governance during conflicts. And this have allowed them to negotiate extremely favorable extraction contracts with desperate governments or national actors who control resources by kind of need immediate. Then advantage theory. And this emerged during conflict as resources can be acquired at significant discounted rates due to the high risks and questionable legality involved. These resources then enter global supply chains at full market values, creating substantial profit margins.
I see.
And you know, when there is insecurity, tax avoidance becomes simpler in conflict zones.
Right.
Where documentation requirements and enforcement capabilities are kind of artificially low prices, declaring minimal profit in the conflict country, whilst rising actual profit in favorable tax jurisdictions. And where did this thing end up? In the West.
Okay.
So indirectly, the actions or inactions of the West fund conflicts in Africa.
Very interesting.
The opportunity as fewer competitors are willing to operate in risk environment. And you know, since are more in operating in risk areas. This kind of allowed those higher risk tolerance on unethical practices to dominate markets with less competition. So now, service provisions to conflict actors also create another profitable sector, including logistics, telecommunication, banking, and other essential services provided at premium rates due to the high risk environment. Because, you know, businesses take advantages in conflict zones where they don't have access to certain services like I enumerated. They take advantage, and then, you know.
I see.
So, and if you look at some individuals too, and companies, they specialize in sanction evasion, helping embargoed governments or armed groups to access international markets in exchange for substantial commission. That's why more often than not, if you put an embargo on a country to force it to act in a particular way, sanctions have become increasingly not workable because there are individuals and companies who have taken this as a specialty to help embargoed country. I'll stop here.
Absolutely.
And allow my colleague to come in.
because this is opening a lot of eyes, and especially my eyes, to what I'd never have seen. But Dr. Ayuk, are there success stories indeed where we have countries where have these mineral resources, but yet still have had to make sure that they do not increasingly have these conflict zones and the interest of the West, and of course the unseen hands as well. Are there success stories like that, please?
Thank you, and thank you, Cotin, for giving me the space. Before I get into the answer of success story, of course there are some. When you look at countries like Botswana, if you look at Ghana itself, it is a country that has been able to make sure these resources shouldn't be an attractive area for wars. So when it comes into managing those resources and ensuring that everybody benefits from accountable, I would like to move a little bit on how people actually make money, and companies and individuals, especially when you look at the war in the southern Cameroons. There are projects for individuals, the projects that were initiated, and people have used the war as an opportunity to get into endemic embezzlements. Endemic embezzlements, projects from oil palm meal production to clinics. Individuals have decided to swindle that money because they know that it's a war, and they are intimidating the people because they belong to the regime with high powerness. There are also issues that you realize that the war, people create a necessary emergency, especially when you look at the war on terror or the terror law, anti-terrorism law. A lot of strong states have misrepresented the anti-terrorism law and are using those laws to punish their opponents and punish people that are simple protesters. The same thing happened in southern Cameroon when people decided to protest, and the government invoked the anti-terrorism law, and it decided to clamp on the people. When you look at individual benefiting, there is an individual, for example, called a chief in one village in a division in southern Cameroon is actually in a Bojok subdivision. I want to use this as an example how people can use the war for their own benefit and torture and punish their own people. But they make economic gains. There is what is called the United Nations Industrial Development Office. There is a project that was to promote palm oil production in the whole of Central and West Africa to allow, as Emmanuel talked about, the agricultural dimension of war. You could look at this to allow palm oil production to increase the capacity, because even though Cameroon produces palm oil, it still imports about 60,000 tons of palm oil a year, which means that a country, an agrarian country, is not supposed to do that. So this United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the Common Fund for Commodities, CFC, created a project to up the production capacity of oil palm production in West and Central Africa to about 2 tons per hour, so 2 tons per hour to up that production. But what millions of dollars were channeled to this particular individual, Michael B. Oru, who presents himself as a chief, but people consider him illegitimate because of the atrocities that he's committing against his own people. These millions of dollars were looted in the name of war. And when people started talking about the money that has been looted, a lot of them were clamped down. This chief promoted a extrajudicial killing within the village of Nkot, which is part of a community in the Imojok subdivision. So you realize that it moved not only extrajudicial killing, it moved to bullying tactics using the military courts and the police, and some of his cronies are also involved in this type of money-making syndicates through outright embezzlement. So Bureau Michael have been responsible for a lot of extrajudicial killing, has been responsible for embezzlement, using the war as a sanctuary to cover those financial gains for themselves and the atrocities they commit, which are war crimes and create wars, serious war crimes against humanity. So these are some of the implications that we see when war. This is a project that was supposed to improve the livelihood of the people, not only in that village, but in the whole of the Imojok subdivision of Cameroon. And there are similar projects in other parts of Cameroon and in Nigeria, especially the Cross River is also a beneficiary of that project. I don't know what the money that was initiated for that project in Cross River has been done, but we decided to zoom into in the area that we have influence in Cameroon, we have access to, and to see the level of endemic corruption and embezzlement that millions of dollars have been looted by an individual. He's sitting in Yaoundé, he's building houses in Limbe, and so on and so forth, in different places of Cameroon. And the people are languishing in poverty. Nothing has been done. So you could see that those are some of the daring consequences of war.
I see. We'll take a break at this point. Right. Go ahead.
If you look at the other aspect of it, you look at gas, oil and gas. If you look at in southern Cameroon, you look at the Bekasi Peninsula, which is an oil-rich peninsula. It is around the Cross River estuary and the Ray estuary. And this oil-rich peninsula belongs to southern Cameroon, but is governed by the government of Cameroon, and it's poorly governed. And even though there is war going on, there are companies that are benefiting from these oil resources, such as Perenco is benefiting from that. Glencore is notorious, one of those companies that are benefiting from that. New Age Petroleum, you can name the rest. Their productions are going on. Everything is happening. They are looting, even other resources like timber. But when oil has become so endemic as when it comes to war, promoting wars, oil, gold, and diamond, and whatsoever, oil and gas has become so notorious. So when you look at what is happening, but people do not want to say anything. The economy, the business people do not want to say. The government, the politicians are overlooking it. But this is a war that has displaced millions of people. A lot are refugees. And when the people talk, the anti-terrorism law is misled, is misused. Protesters are arrested. Non-violent activists are being arrested and punished. You see, with the complacency of the government of Nigeria and Cameroon, activists from southern Cameroon who were residing in Nigeria as refugees were kidnapped, adopted in Nigeria, and illegally transferred to Cameroon, where they were given life sentences. It is because of what? The interest that plays, people benefiting from oil and gas and other resources that are in this region. And they feel that war is the only way to continue benefiting. I see.
We'll take a break at this point. When we come back, I want us to talk about the issues of the bodies, the international bodies, and of course African blocs as well, ECOWAS and its sisters, of course the African Union, the United Nations itself. There was also a move, these conversations started about some 3-4 years ago, where the African continent realized that, well, the International Criminal Court is being used only to prosecute Africans, and so they want to move, and there's been a lot of conversation even as we speak, to move to not only have their own credit rating agency, but also their criminal courts, so they judge their own cases there. If these things go on the African continent, How do we become judges in our own courts, and how can we try these people who visit atrocities on these people? I want to ask those questions, of course, the role of ECOWAS and other bodies, AU, United Nations, and whether or not we can see any end to these particular conflicts that has plagued the African continent. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Dominion TV is now also a digital terrestrial free-to-air channel. This means you can watch us in Ghana from your digital TV without any subscription. Just rescan your channels on your digital TV to access it. How? On your digital TV, press the menu or settings button and choose auto-tuning, auto-search, or the appropriate options to scan your channels and look for Dominion TV. Enjoy some of Africa's best Christian lifestyle programming from Dominion TV.
Prayer is a daily necessity for daily triumph.
Africa, we must unite.
We are getting Abrahamic rewards, but we are running away from Abrahamic responsibilities.
Where should Africa sit and stand in this new world order?
Africa has the youngest, fastest growing population. That's a blessing, but it's also a challenge.
Yeah.
Who did God describe as the man after his own heart?
David.
Adam.
My experience, nothing short of amazing.
I never believed I'll be able to do this. Dominion TV's Emerging Leaders program has taught me skills about marketing in a corporate setting.
My name is Danny Glover, and you're watching
Dominion TV.
Welcome back from the break. Thank you very much for joining us. We're still talking about the insecurity issues here on the African continent, largely where it's now evident that the conflicts are major sources of respite to some people, while other people also reel under these conditions. My guest, Mr. Emmanuel Coating, and also Dr. Patrick, you have all joined us. We have some 6 minutes to wrap up, and so let's do 3 minutes each. And so, Mr. Coating, walk me through. I mentioned that there are some bodies that must have the rules of making sure that per the powers and the far-reaching powers they have, they could deal with these things very dispassionately and also bring some peace to the continents and, of course, the blocks that they lead. Are they really that powerful to want to bring lasting peace? And do we see it in sight?
Well, thank you once again. And before I come to your question, let me just have a little bite about the anti-terrorism laws, because it's one of my specializations coming from where I'm coming from as an organization. In fact, ECOWAS has a terrorism strategy implementation plan, which I was privileged to review, the same as the African Union. But the challenge is compliance. If the member states don't want to comply to such a strategy, obviously because of some of the things he mentioned. And truth be told, Cameroon is not a democracy. So more often than not, laws do not really apply. And why many African countries misapply the anti-terrorism law had to do with historical antecedents. So if you look at the independence time, security was geared towards the protection of the regime and not citizens. And this has remained with us as Africans. So we as an organization over the period has called for a security sector reforms across board in many democracies in Africa if we really have to get some kind of security benefits as citizens. Now, to your questions. You see, all this thing is happening because of international financial institutions. And sometimes they inadvertently contribute to conflict economies through structure adjustment policies that weaken state capacity to regulate resources, or by providing loans that enable corrupt governments to sustain conflicts. So you ask yourself, you see democracies that are not doing so well, they are not providing the infrastructure needs of the citizens, but international institutions like the IMF are more than willing to give these countries loans and keep them indebted in perpetuity. I think this is what the Bretton Woods institutions need to look at. But look, who can blame them? They are doing what they feel is in the interest of each citizens and their economies. What are African leaders doing about that? So you see across board in Africa, we are partly where we are because we have very weak leaders who don't have the interests of their citizens at heart. And if you look at Western governments too, oftentimes they maintain some very ambiguous positions you cannot understand. Publicly, you see them advocating for peace, whilst their intelligence agencies maintain relationship with armed actors, and their trade policies facilitate the importation of conflict resources. So you see the hypocrisy. And then you come to another dimension where international cooperation may officially comply with due diligence requirements, whilst establishing arm's length relationship with local intermediaries who engage directly with conflict, creating plausible deniability. And you know, I mentioned some of these things in the past. Oftentimes, through our certification schemes, you know, that are intended to prevent resource trading, often suffer from implementation weakness, becoming tick box exercises rather than meaningful controls. If you look at programs the United Nations and other development partners has put in place to make sure that resources from conflict-prone zones don't get into the international market, you see that superficially they are intended to cover up so many things.
Right.
Then you see the private military contractors. They have increasingly replaced direct intervention by foreign governments, allowing external powers to influence conflicts with less accountability and public scrutiny. And if you look at companies that benefit from these conflicts in Africa, they are international companies. My good friend mentioned of the Glencore, that Swiss-based commodity giant. And you know, they are still actively involved in DRC, given whatever is happening. And I know there were some international sanctions on them, but whether that was applied is something we can talk for another time because of time.
Absolutely.
And you see the Wagner Group, they are also representing the Russian interests.
Okay.
And more often than not, they operate in Africa, in conflict zones in Africa like Liberia, Central African Republic, Mali, and Sudan.
Okay.
And their business model typically involves providing security services to embattled governments. So you see the weakness I'm talking about our leadership and our democracy in exchange for mining concessions.
Okay.
And the list go on and go on because of time. I will leave it here for my colleague to conclude.
I'm not even sure we have time to pick Dr. Ayuk. Dr. Ayuk, if you can do this in 30 seconds or a minute for me, you'll be very excited because we've passed time. Dr. Ayuk.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Thank you very much. The only solution to this thing, unfortunately, we need to look at individual. The International Criminal Court, what do they do? Why are they going to hold individual accountable? Especially individuals like Michael Mburu, who are using the war to promote the suffering of their people, who benefit from the suffering of people through war, and other individuals in Cameroon. What are governments doing? What are the regional blocs, ECOWAS, and so on, CEMAC, and so on doing? What about African Union, which is the umbrella organization? I always talked about these South African leaders, Cyril Ramaphosa, who talked about silencing the guns when he took power in South Africa. But silencing the guns has been a lip service, and it's been a ridiculous slogan. Nothing has happened. Guns are all over the place in Africa because individuals, governments, and politicians benefit. So we need to play a serious role to ensure that people should not use war or laws like anti-terrorism law as a means of promoting their own aggrandizement rather than bringing peace or fostering development in the country, in Africa. Absolutely. So we need to actually look at mechanisms that we must put in place. For the sake of time, I just want to say thank you very much. Absolutely. And let's continue engaging in this kind of discussion.
Absolutely. Dr. Patrick Ayuk is an academic, is a director of Sam Sawyer Center for Democracy and Human Rights in the United Kingdom. Mr. Emmanuel Coating is a peace builder and a security analyst. He's the founder and executive director of the Africa Center for Security and Counterterrorism. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming through. Thank you very much for watching us as well. We're back tomorrow to do it all over again. My name is Kokuluma. I'll see you soon.